Hey there, it's the beginning of stream 276. I'm just setting up the daily plan here. 10 o'clock kind of snuck up on me. Let's see. Plan for today. We're done testing all of the Lewis scripts, so figured I'd go back to working on the aggro search problem that George, the guide NPC, has. So that's what I'm going to do today. So the plan is, I think I'm going to revisit the support. Schedule still shows 1,800 hours. It actually would be 1,800 hours. No. It used to be 1,700. Now it's 1,800. Not 1,900. That would be moving 2 hours. So for me, it's 10 o'clock. So plus 8 would be 18. Unless the zone you're in just changed too. Okay, you're talking about your zone. All right. Well, I don't know what to do about that. Did I shift to this week? I forgot to check that. Edit. I did. Okay. Oh, wait. I have to manually change the time zone. That's what it is, Nui. I'm at -8 now. Set. Save. There. Does it look any better? You might have to refresh. I don't know why I have to enter the time zone for me. Weird. Okay, well, maybe that was it. Okay, yeah. So I have to set both my start time and my own time zone. I guess it can't figure that out. Interesting. All right, now that we got that fixed, back to this. Revisit support in, I guess, in the Lua integration layer or script host. Actually, did I call it script host? Let me get my name straight. Close everything. Realm server, source, ECS components. I think it's find reachable places. Okay, so it's not script host. Revisit support in the ECS for finding reachable places. Actually, I can just put this in here. Revisit the review. Actually, let's say we already visited. Let's review the find reachable places method in the ECS. Hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing this morning? 10 o'clock kind of creeped up on me. I was like free at 8, and then I'm like, oh, I'll play some Rise to Ruins for a while. And then before I knew it, it was like 9:50. I'm like, oh, I guess I have to stop playing and start working. Tired today? Me too. Is it just 1 hour shift? Is that enough to do it? Review. Too late for being the first, I guess. Knew he was here first. Yeah, but it's also lets you or leads you to stay up 1 hour later. So I think it just messes with your sleep schedule either way. I'm gonna review the find reachable places method in the ECS, and then I guess the big goal is to change the way NPCs pull aggro. Let's make it. Yeah, let's change the way NPCs pull aggro. Use find reachable places to locate enemies. And we should probably reduce the rate at which it's done, right? Until I measure the performance of it. We don't need a search every single game tick. We can like reduce search rate to prevent unnecessary CPU load. I think that's gonna be the plan for now. Okay, that is gone. Hey there, Resubaka. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? Just setting up my plan for the day. And oh, you know what I forgot last time? I forgot to start. I forgot to start the timer in my stream helper. And it wasn't yesterday. I meant to say Friday. And I just remember I needed to do it today too. All right. Let me get oriented here. The timer, yeah. So in the stream helper, I have this view timer, and it tracks the amount of time I've been streaming. I probably could have it automatically count when it sees me streaming. That would be smarter. But what that allows me to do is to accumulate view time, so we can see, like, of all viewers, who's been watching the longest. My own bot, then me, then Stream Elements, then Nui, then Commander Root. Well, you've been watching longer than Commander Root has. And then Toulouse, and then a bunch of lurkers. Yeah, so unless I remember to click that, then time isn't accumulated, and all that time goes to waste, all that precious time. I don't want to show missing or bots. There we go. Hide that. Hey there, Piano Boxer. Okay, so I'm going to, like I said in the plan today, review, find reachable places. I wrote this a while ago, and I was about to use it, and then I decided to take this side trip of writing unit tests for my Lua scripts. Now I'm back to this. Is there an extra watch time, or do you just track whenever someone is in chat? It tracks how much time the bot has seen you in IRC in the chat. So it's possible that you could be watching, like, without being logged in, and you won't get tracked. Actually, I don't know how the watching versus showing up in the chat room works exactly. So it's possible you could be watching, even logged in, and not be in the list. There are differences between viewers and chatters, right? You could be in the chat room and not chat. You could also be viewing when not even in the chat room, so not watching, but still in chat. So it's tracking, if you're in chat, I think it's tracking time for you, even if you're not watching. So I don't actually know how to get the other way around, how to get viewing, not necessarily chatting. I'm great. I'm glad you're doing great, Rasubaka. Okay. So find reachable places. You can't get viewers. Hey there, playing with scissors. How are you doing? You can't, right, blah, 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 what am I saying? Find reachable places is a method of game. First, it takes a zone and a starting position and a cost function and a max cost, and is going to return. Oh, I forgot I did this. There's a structure called reachable places. I didn't know I did that. And it has a method called places in cost order. Interesting. Places in cost order. It's returning a list, it looks like, of reachable place. And what's reachable place have in it? Position X, position Y, previous X, previous Y, cost. Okay. Maybe I should see the unit test for this. Find reachable places. I had this searching a few more spots because I was looking through some stuff for Tim. Exclude them again so search goes faster. Okay. Right, here is the Lua test for it. Wonder why I made the name so long. Position underscore X. Maybe because I couldn't think of a better name. Hey there, Atomic Nibble. How are you doing? You were in Tim's stream yesterday. I remember you. I remember you told Tim what the first byte of a TLS message should be. And I thought, how appropriate with the name Atomic Nibble to give Tim 2 nibbles of what to expect. Everybody knows a byte is 2 nibbles, right? A nibble is 4 bits. Like, my kids probably don't know that. It's like esoteric programming stuff, but I wonder how many programmers know it. Probably non-programmers don't really know it. Yeah, I wonder. Anyway, maybe I'll improve these names. They're kind of long. Hey there, Red Sky 1. Hey, all my friends are showing up. Fancy that. I hit the start stream button and I start uploading, and then look, people start coming into the chat room. It's funny how that works. I'm just reviewing the code that I put in here for finding all the places you can reach from a starting position. So it's so we get this reachable places, and then we can, it's a user data, and we have to call places in cost order to get a list. I wonder why I did that. Shouldn't that just return the list directly? I wonder why. Why would I want to do anything other than call places in cost order? Maybe it has to do with what find reachable places actually returns. Oh, place indices by position. Right, so we might want to have this access to this from Lua eventually too, right? Like given a position, see if it is in this places in cost order, and if it is, get its index. And then reachable place, right, had the position of it, then in the previous. Oh, I remember this. If you wanted to work your way backwards to get a path, which is actually what I want to do, then you would look up a reachable place, and then once you had it, you would iterate, you would go to the previous, find where it is in here to find the previous reachable place, and you track it backwards. The only reason I would do that is, I think, to form a path to it. So maybe I should. In fact, when we aggro a monster, we'll might as well just make a path, right? Depends on how often I'm going to do a path find, I guess. I could do a path find every single move and see how expensive it is. It might not be that bad. It might not be that bad. The search maybe wouldn't do very often, but the path we would. Right, okay. But yeah, if we're going to do a path find, because the target might move anyway, if we're going to do a path find, then I don't, this, how come I can't click this now? What happened to my IntelliSense? Okay, there, anyway. Once we find a reachable place, the path to it is only good until the enemy at that reachable place moves somewhere else, right? Or if we move, and then the whole thing's not useful. So I'll probably end up just doing extra path finds. All right. Set this. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to set up other stuff, didn't I? Shoot. I forgot to make the link to that page. Let's get the link made. Today's log. Loading. Okay. Today is the 4th of November. Copy the link. Go to tinyurl. Paste, make tinyurl, copy to clipboard, close the original. See if the link works. Link works. Paste it here. And put something in Discord, why not? Stream plan. I'll say today I'm going to work on improving the NPC aggro system in my game. Paste the link. There we go. That's updated. Okay. Getting oriented here. Scripts, right? Test. Let me find out where the aggro is done right now. Is it in NPC aggression? There are two places. Friendly NPCs getting aggro on enemy NPCs might be there, but what about the other one? Let me try to find it. I think. Let me go to NPC AI, the top level. NPC Act. Oh, right. If it's a guide, it's separate. So this is enemies aggroing on players. I'm gonna leave that as is for now. We'll get to that later. So, aggression is used by guide NPCs, right? Yep. Either in the patrolling state or following a path. Wonder how expensive it'll be to just do a search every step like this. Guess we can just do it and find out. And if it is expensive, we could save some by only running it when we know that there are enemies nearby. In a broad sense, like that, we would first. I guess if I put enemies in bins based off of their approximate areas in the zone, we would know that there's no enemy that could possibly be nearby and just avoid the search. Okay, but here's the essential thing, right? It's going through all enemies in the entire game. Actually, it's already been pruned down, right? This will have pruned the enemy list down to just the ones that are in that same zone, I think. Actually, no, it's not. Wait a minute. Where is it skipping enemies in different zones? Or is it not? Oh, here it is. Wait a minute, but it first computes Manhattan distance even if it's not in the same zone? Okay. Anyway, this is the code I need to change, right? Because it's looking at all enemies in the game, and those that are in the same zone that are within some Manhattan distance of the source get added to the aggro list. So, okay, I know where I'm going to be working on this area of the game here. NPC aggression test. There we go. Okay. Manhattan distance only used here, right? Yeah. So we're going to stop using Manhattan distance. Instead, we're going to want it to use the find reachable places. This thing. The game dot find reachable places equals function zone origin cost max cost. Now we're going to expect the zone is the 17. Well, moon unit expect equal test context position.z for zone. Origin is a tuple, right? X and Y. For origin. And max cost will be the aggro range, so where do I set that? Ah, that. So moon unit expect equal NPC dot aggro range for max cost. Right. Hey there, I play poker badly. 7657643. That's not my number. What will you do when you upgrade from 2D to 3D? Rename Z to Z2? I'll probably first refactor it to be zone instead of Z. And then Z will be freed up to be another coordinate. I also need to support hex grids at some point, and so it'll be Q and R instead of X, Y, and Z. But yeah, the names are kind of bad. I'd probably at some point refactor it to be like that if I wasn't so dang lazy. Z is so much easier to type than Z-O-N-E. Okay, the cost is, we expect that to be a function. And that function, we expect it to call back in, right? Actually, what do I expect it to do? X1, X2, X3, not confusing at all. I could call it basis vector 1, basis vector 2, basis vector 3. Yeah. Yeah, maybe by that point it'll no longer be JSON anymore. Hey there, HibDev. I'm pretty good. Hope you're doing well too. I'm trying to think, how do we test this cost function that's going to be passed in? We expect it to, I wanted to use the same kind of logic that I tested elsewhere. Let me find it. It was in NPC movement, right? Right. Actually, maybe we'll reuse this function. This might be the cost function that I end up using. Or well, based off of this, right? The one problem is that for the final step, we don't want these to block, right? I can augment this and say if the where is it? We get the position component of the entity, but we can also check if the position is the destination coordinates. We can just return cost of 1. And actually, actually, maybe what I should do is when we're finding reachable places, don't don't get blocked by opponents. So we would find paths through them, but we'd end up going to the closest one anyway. Okay, so let me look at the test for this. I think I'm going to end up making another function. Instead of move to entity, it would be NPC move cost or something, or NPC aggro search cost. We log in, it says you're dead and you have 2 options. You can't click them? Uh-oh. We can fix that. What happened to you? You might be in a dialogue? No. Not interacting with anything. Well, we'll just heal you up. Heal. Dev. Don't know how you died. Oh, I don't have the bot up. Oh, I forgot to set up the today command too. Thank you for reminding me of that, HibDev. You might have to reload now that I healed you, because you might be stuck in a dialogue. Actually, I can take you out of the dialogue just a second. I'll give you a point there. I can take you out of the dialogue if I go in here and I remove DLG. There. That should have yoinked you out of the dialogue you were in. Anything else? Oh, why are your hit points still 0? Probably because I didn't refresh. Wait a minute. Guess I gotta click there again. There we go. Alright, should be good. Can't click them. Oh, when you're in dialogue, you have to actually use the number keys on the keyboard. I don't have that's a good thing to write down though. Allow dialogue options to be clicked with the mouse. Right now you have to actually hit a keyboard key. 1, 2, or 3. Maybe that might have been why you got stuck. Okay, yeah, I needed to go to update the today command to put today's link in there, just in case anyone actually uses the today command. Raimu is I am my game. That's right. Raimu is working on improving the NPC aggro code in his game. Updated link. There we go. Let's try the today command again. Fixed. All right. There's HipDev moving around. You know, you can talk to George and he'll lead you out as long as he doesn't get stuck on one of these slimes. All right. I think I will, to help make this easier, I think I will make another thing under NPC movement. Or does it go under path? Maybe it goes under path. We have path cost. We could have NPC aggro search cost. Instead of using test NPC move to entity, it would be I guess what would it be? It'd be a slightly different function. I guess I want a pair of functions. So we're going to be updating path, but we're also going to be updating movement, right? Or maybe I build it into that. Yeah, let me build this. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. Go to path test. And here I have a test for path cost. Let's duplicate this and call it NPC aggro search cost. We're not going to be using this function here. I need to look and see what that function actually does in movement test. Okay, we set up positions, NPCs, and players. Okay, let me... I think I'm going to want to do this. We'll want to access check. Yeah, I'm going to want this. Okay. Up here. It's going to do a lot of access checks, so... Let me think about this. Let me just remove that for now. Let's copy some of these. Yeah, so let's copy all of this actually. Entity, a player logged out, player logged in, other NPC, ground and wall. The access check. It shouldn't need to do an access check on another NPC or player, right? We'll just assume that we can search through them. So maybe at this point we assume it's either a ground or a wall. Moon unit expect equal entity wall entity. And then end. Oh, I need the return though. There. Okay, and we're not going to need this one. We're going to be calling that instead of this. Okay, and then that is given... What's the cost function given? Ending tile entities. Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, so... Instead of these names, I need other names. So the ones that don't cost anything... Actually, there aren't any. The things that cost 1 would be... Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Player logged out. It should be skipped. So... Yeah, so... We can have ground. We can have a player who's logged out on top of the ground. And we can have other NPC. Actually, or the player logged in, actually. Player logged in or out shouldn't matter. Other NPC. And then, thank you for that follow. The cost, right, for max cost 2, it should be if there's a wall. Or if there is a player logged out on top of a wall. Because we should disregard players that are logged out. But actually, if a player is logged... Hold on. If a player is logged in or there's another NPC on top of a wall, we should actually allow it. Allow them to search and find that player to attack them. Okay, so that's the costs that I want. I want it to only cost 1 for if they're searching and they look at ground with a either empty or a player logged in or out on it or another NPC. Also, if there's a wall, but there's a player logged in or another NPC on that wall, we should make it cost 1. And if it's a wall or a player logged out on top of a wall, it's going to be whatever the max cost we set. Okay, that's it. That's the test I want. That's it. Actually, I wonder if for these, do I want it to check? Maybe I do. So let's go back to where I had that here. Yeah, let's put this back in. To check to make sure the access check was performed at all. Here an access check should be performed. So I want to break all these up then. Let's mark this one as the arrange. Do I need a test context? I think I do. It does have a context. Oh, but the other one won't. Will it? Oh, no, it will. It will. It will. Never mind. What am I using the context for, though? Oh, I'm missing that. Hey there, Romania Hate. I'm doing all right. I'm trying to get the hang of writing unit tests for, like, doing test-driven development for Lua. Trying to think ahead to what I expect the code to do, and the test will make sure that it does it. And I'm thinking too far ahead. Let me just put in what I need. So I don't need a text context, obviously. I just needed this. I wanted to reset this before every test. So let's click in all these places and do that equals false. And then down, this should be moon unit expect true, access check performed, and some of these will be false. That it should be false, because if there's a player logged in, we want to stop and say we're going to try to get there. So this should be false. Same thing here. Same thing there. True and true there. Yes, okay. That's what I want. I think this is good enough to try now. So run that. It's not going to work because that function doesn't exist. So then we're going to make the function. Function NPC aggro search cost. This is bothering me that there's a context there. Shouldn't it just be this? I need to look and see how this is used. Oh, it's to put the context in there. But we don't need the context. Oh no, we need the context because this... Right, I remember why. Because that one uses the context to get the capabilities, which is passed to the access check, which I never did check. What's the NPC used for? We don't need that. I don't need that. Well, I don't think I need that. Not yet, at least. Is OneNote free? Yeah, it's free. The storage for OneNote, like, they really want you to use OneDrive. I think you get a little bit free, but you don't really get a whole lot. If you get their Microsoft Office 365, you get a whole bunch of space, though. So. All right. Yeah, so I missed something, obviously. This was supposed to check the mobility. I don't think the other test did either. This should have done moon unit expect equal 1 for mobility. And in order for it to get the mobility, we needed to make a test context that had the NPC in there. Or is it caps? Yeah, caps. Should I indent the whole thing? Movement capability. Bit mask. Don't you get like 1 or 5 gigabyte? I don't know what you get for free. I know you get a lot more if you had MS Office 365. And I don't know the numbers for that either. I'm bad remembering that kind of thing. I just know it's more. And I don't know if the free amount what you get with OneDrive is enough. Well, and then it's relative. How many notes do you have, right? If you're just trying it out, it's probably fine. So then it's completely free. It's free until you need it, and then they suck you in, right? Okay. So right now, we just expect the mobility is passed to the access check. I should also check that the entity is correct. Right, and the entity is in there where... Oh, wait a minute. No, never mind. That entity is whichever entity we put in there. Right, and we check it there. We expect it to look up only grounds and walls. Got it. Okay. So, oops, I forgot to hit save. So this will have a context. It's like, it works the way this one does, actually. And it's kind of, we can start off with that, but we're going to change it though. I'm going to pull in some of the code from movement. We need to see if it's an NPC or a player. Right, because then we're going to include them. Then return 1, return 1. Other NPCs, players, background, well, non-character tiles. So for non-character tiles, we want to do the access check. Access check results is game access check, entity, okay, caps, we are pulling from our context. Right, if we see, from the top down, if we see an NPC or player, we immediately stop and set the cost as 1. Right, if the access check is permit, we're going to immediately return 1. If it's deny, return max cost plus 1. And if we pass through, we're going to end up returning 0. Oh, I should have a check for that. Oh, wait a minute. What should we return if it gets down to the end? I guess it's 0, right? So, yeah, it would be 0. Do I want to have that in the test? I guess that would be an empty list, right? Do I have a test for that in here? I do. Actually, I have all of these. Do I want to include those? I probably should. You saw Lua language first time ever? Ah, cool. Hopefully my Lua is not too hard to understand, although what I'm doing with it is a little bit complicated because I have different paths through the code. But I can explain them if you really want me to. I'm writing unit tests in Lua, so they are kind of modeled after Google test, how you can write tests in C++, where you have a function that registers itself as a test, so that through the various extensions, you can have it show up here in the test explorer, and you can say, oh, I want to run that test. And then you can click on buttons to find where the test is and get the test results. And to make Lua tests look like Google tests, I wrote a program called MoonUnit, which takes the Lua interpreter and bundles it into a program that kind of impersonates Google test. Now, what we're doing in the test is itself also Lua, and then what we're testing is Lua. The tests have to set up like a simulated environment, and then it has to call the Lua function that we're testing and expect what the return value will be. These expects, if the two things are not equal, for example, this expect equal will mark the test as a fail. Otherwise, it'll continue on, and if they all succeed, then the test passes. The code that we're actually testing is code that is it's part of the search algorithm, where given one position and then a neighboring position, which is called an ending tile, all the entities in that tile, it checks to see, well, what is the cost to try to move onto that tile. Then we're saying if we're searching for things to aggro, we want to say the cost is 1 if it's another NPC or player, because we want to reach them, or we want to include them in the search. But if it's not a player or NPC, then we ask the game, well, with this movement capability, can we access its entity at all? If it's permitted, then the cost is 1. But if it's denied, like if it's a wall or something, then make the cost prohibitive. And then the search function will go around it. So I'll say Karadag, if that's okay. BF Karadag. And hey there, Radon. Like, this isn't showing that I need to wave at you. Probably because it hasn't caught up yet. Do I have information about JavaScript? What information do you need? How can I help you, sir? Let's see. Yeah, I wanted to have this just return, just to go to the end and return cost, right? So I want to have this one include a pass, not that one, this one up here. Let's have a couple of these. We'll expect no access check to be performed, and we'll expect the cost to be 0 if there are no entities present at all. And if there's entity pass, then we'll expect it to be true, and the cost will be 0. And then let's make variations on this where we include entity pass on top. Do I need to do all of these? Actually, this is going to do 2 access checks, isn't it? Do I really need to do that? Maybe not for that one. Or I mean, I don't need to check both of them. Let's just do one with the wall. Entity pass on top of the wall, it will be prohibitive. Yeah, that's good enough. So entity pass 15. Oh, how to become a web developer? Well, that's a very tough question, very broad question. So, what I recommend doing to become a web developer is study HTML, get familiar with HTML, and then pick up CSS, get familiar with CSS, then learn JavaScript. And when you learn JavaScript, learn just vanilla plain JavaScript. No, don't try to pick up like React or Vue or Angular or any of that. Just get the basics, like how to put JavaScript into a web page, how to have it do simple things, simple manipulation of the document, right? Then when you want to have a more powerful app, then pick a framework like either Vue or React or Angular. And when you do that, you can, in all these steps, you should be looking for tutorials that guide you through that. So do it step by step, and don't try to pick up some huge step first, but start with little steps. That's what I'd recommend. And if we have this entity pass, I'm going to have to include it here, right? So else if entity is entity wall, then, and then we're going to have an else. This will be pass. Oh, did I have to stub those out? No, they're in common Lua. Okay. So we will expect pass if it gets this far. And then this is act and assert. Okay. Sure. Good luck, Karadag. Sometimes I need to hit this refresh button to get the line numbers corrected. But we're going to do that now. Oh, I broke something in aggression. What did I break? Oh, did I accidentally remove it from here? Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no, I did mean to do that. We're going to get back to that. I broke that on purpose. I needed this one finished first, though. Got it. Okay. Moon unit expect false. That's because that moon unit expect should be moon unit colon expect. Has component. Oh, I forgot. We need to mock that. This thing needs to go here. We're getting further. Right, so it didn't do anything. Wait, why did it expect 15? Hold on, what? I'm in the wrong place. Oh, right here. We expected 15 and we got nil for the entity. Entity. Oh, it didn't pull off the entity. Entity should be... I forgot. Where did I pull that from? Actually, it's below, right? No, it's in this one that I copied from. I didn't completely copy it correctly. Where is the loop? Oh, is it where that's called? Right, it's v.entity. Got it. Okay. I guess we can do local entity equals v.entity. Do it that way. Index a number value. V is a number? Oh, shoot. All of these have to say, have a v, have to have a, yeah, these need to be double. These need to be objects inside of the list. Like that. Okay. And depth didn't matter, right? Are we putting it in there anyway? Okay, I know what to do. I will take these and then do multi-cursor here. Say that equals, go remove entity equals, put that entity equals, go to the end, backspace, depth equals 0. Okay, so ground and wall and pass, let's put at 10. We'll put that at a 1, 1 and 1 just cuz. And then all of the entities in here, all the words entity underscore can be removed. Stop. There we go. Run it again. Okay, so instead of pass, we got logged out. Oh, I didn't, no, I did set that up. G is true. Oh, we didn't check that though. Shoot. Good thing. So, if that's true, then we need to see if they are logged out. The way that the other code did. Shoot, where was that? Here? Yeah. Don't consider this entity if it's gone. There are not going to be any gone NPCs, so we can just do it here. If not gone, then return 1 end. Run it again. Okay, it's still looking at the entity that's gone. Oh, wait a minute, if it's gone, we don't want to return 1, right? We want to skip it. Let me think about this. There was a way... You can't do a continue in Lua, but there's a trick. Something similar. Let me look this up. Lua continue. Right, they have go to continue, right? Go to continue, and then you just put it at the end. Is that how you do it? Yeah. Whoops. Maybe not. Oh, we don't put it here. Still, it's still looking at entity 10. Entity 10 is the one that should be marked gone. Logged out, right? G is true. Why is it looking at that? Oh, because they don't have a player component. Shoot, I forgot about that. It's gonna see if they're a player first, then it's gonna check. Still. Yay, go to, yeah. It's a... So they reason that they don't need continue because you could just do that. I think there's even a write-up by the authors of Lua that talk about that. That the go-to in Lua is not that big a deal because they have very specific rules about what you can go to, and that is exactly what a continue is jumping to the end of the loop. Okay, why? It's still trying to compute the cost of moving onto the player that's logged out for some reason. It has component player, which it does. Get the position of that entity and grab the gone flag. Oh, wait. It should be if gone. Then go to continue. And if they're not gone, return 1. Okay, cool. Getting further. So the cost is not exactly right. I think, 2 and 3. That's weird. Actual is 3 for that? Max cost is... Oh, that's right. It should be 3. Actually, shouldn't it have been 3 in the other place too? Shouldn't that be 3, 4, and 5? It should be adding 1 to the cost. Is that a bug? It should be max cost plus 1, right? Yeah. Let's fix that while we're at it. That should be 3, 4, and 5. Because that should be a plus 1. Alright, and then let me fix these tests. These should be max cost plus 1. Okay, cool. So the test is passing. So now we can leverage that function in the other one by mocking it here. That equals a function which takes this stuff. So we're going to expect the context. Oh, thank you for that follow. Do I have... Is max cost a constant here? Actually, it would be aggro range, wouldn't it be? Yeah, let's find aggro range. Yeah, there it is. So expect aggro range for that max cost. In the ending tile entities, what do we put in there? Actually, wait a minute. What? I don't need to do that. Oh, wait a minute, I do. Because the idea is they're going to have a cost function. Wait a minute, the cost function will be that, won't it? Hold on, let me think about this. The cost function will be wrapping this, so I can do whatever I want here, right? I just need to make sure that that is what we pass in if we call that. So I can just say moon unit expect equal 42 or yay go to. Toulouse said yay go to for this because it should be passed through, right? If we call it here. In fact, we can return haha and say moon unit expect. I can't type today. I can't type any day. Is it because I'm sitting weird? Maybe. Fix my... There, that's better. Equal haha for cost. And we're supposed to pass in starting entities, so foobar, and then the ending tile entities, and then the max cost. So what we're expecting here is that when they call this, they're going to give us a cost function, and then we're further expecting that when we call it, it will end up calling this global cost function, just wrapping the context and throwing away the starting tile entities. Shouldn't foobar be the test context? No, this is going to wrap that and put in the context. That's the whole point, yeah. That's what I expect, just like, where did it go? Hold on. Path, right? Yeah. It's going to expect one of these, where it tosses the starting tile entities and replaces it with context. Why did I put this in aggression test? I think I started adding it here, but really wanted it to put it somewhere else, right? Is it because I was going to put it directly in here? Shouldn't I make that its own function? Like, search for enemies? That would be smart, wouldn't it? So, would I make that part of path then? Maybe? Yeah, because I have find path, path heuristic, path cost, search cost. So let's just add it at the end. An aggro search. NPC aggro search. There we go. Aggro search. And make it look like find path. Actually, you know what it should do? Is it just... Yeah, we can actually specify what we want. If we call it local enemies aggro search, what should we call it? Pass it a test context, right? What is this passing in? Yeah. We should this is the act. And assert. Let's have 2 enemies in the list. What will I need from the enemies? Is it just the entity number? Yeah, it's just the entity number. So it's just a bunch of entities. So closest enemy. Further enemy in range. And these will be entity numbers. So let's define these. Our range. Local. That is 10. And then we'll have one in range and the other one not in range or beyond range. Aggro range. Okay. The test context. Now I gotta decide what that needs to have. Probably something similar to this, right? Something like this, a position. I don't need a waypoint or anything. I don't need waypoint. But it needs like aggro range, right? Let's make it 5. And then there's the NPC's position, and I don't need a waypoint. And then I'm gonna expect that it's gonna look them up, right? Actually, no. I'm expecting that it will. Oh no, I am expecting to look it up. It's gonna use this cost function. Hey there, Crumpet. I'm trying to wrap my brain around the architecture of my NPC scripts now that I'm using test-driven development. It's sort of like backwards from what I've been used to. Things are going okay. I feel like a noob again when it in writing in doing test-driven development. I got really used to doing test-driven development for C++, and now I'm just starting to use it for Lua, and it's like, oh wow, I have to think about this like in a different way. It's like we're arranging the environment, and then we're calling the thing we're testing, and then seeing this is what we want to get. That when an NPC does a search, an aggro search, basically search for enemies, that is going to return a list in sorted order of the closest enemy, and then the further one in aggro range, but not tell us about the one that's beyond range. And then I'm like, I have to think, well, how is that going to do its work? And it's like, okay, it's going to use the Dijkstra's algorithm modified to just do a search, a breadth search. And what is that going to require? It's going to use this cost function we just developed. It's going to use a heuristic. Yeah, so let me, I guess we're doing that, right? And then the regression test, the stuff I started to do here. Yeah, this. This find reachable places, we're going to want to put the right place. Yes. This is what I had just done, right? To pull that out and put it here. And we'll want the heuristic. There's a path heuristic and a search cost. But find reachable places. Actually, there's no heuristic. It's not A star, right? Right, so this is just making sure that the cost function they give us properly wraps the aggro search cost. And right, we're supposed to return. Right, I know what I'm doing. We were going to return a list of. I should check. Yeah, that within a max cost of 5, we're going to return all the reachable places. So it has to be something that obeys the protocol that I had in reachable places, right? Which was that you can call a method called places in cost order. So that means it's got to have a meta table. No, it doesn't need a meta table. It can just be a table that ends up having a places in cost order function, right? And then that, this is really weird that you can do stuff in like this in Lua. Returning a table which has a value with this key, and the value is a function. So it's like we're giving them back a table, and we expect them to call this, and when they do, what are we going to return? We want to return a list of places that when they do that will oh, wait a minute. This isn't exactly right, is it? Oh, we're going to want to return all the positions in order, and then we're going to want to put the enemies in range within that list. In fact, I don't even need that, do I? I could put it in there anyway. Yeah, we're just going to return a bunch of positions. So let's make a helper to do this. We're going to call it place. And I can put whatever I want here, right? So it has to have a position, a previous, and a cost. So actually, let's just keep it a normal table. So if they start at 2, 4, 42, let's say they can go to 1, 4, and the previous would be 2, 4, and the cost would be 1. And then they could also go to 3, 4, or they can go to 2, 3, and then let's put an enemy out at 2, 2. So the previous, so that to be would be 2, 3, and then the cost would be 2. And let's say closest enemy is here. And then we'll have a further one out. So let's put let's just keep it simple. We'll put another enemy further away. That's cost 3. A further enemy is here. So I need to make place a local function that takes in a info table, and then we're going to return basically it's an expanded table because we want to have these things in it. Info 1, a previous x, and that's cost, and that's these are 2 are y's, and that's a 2, 3, 4, 5. It's basically a unpack, so to speak. And then that is just using that local to build a bunch of places. So that means I have to put those 2 enemies in the world. So let's do that. We're going to expect that given an entity number, it's going to look up the position. No, it's going to look up the entities there. So the function that does that is with entities at position, right? So game dot with entities position equals function self visitor xyz, and then we're going to say if x equals, what did I say, 2, 2. Actually, let's say if x equals 2, then if y equals 2, then return, what is this supposed to return? Just a list? No, it's just going to call the visitor. Return, no, it's just visitor. And then what is the visitor given? The entity and then the component's depth. So I don't care about the depth. Let's just make it closest enemy. And let's just say 1 for the depth. Else, if y equals 2, then there's the enemy that's further away within aggro range. And just for kicks, let's say if y equals -4, because they'll never search there, but if it does, we want it to return the wrong thing, right? Else, just end, right? So really, there are only three entities that exist in this pretend game. Find reachable places. We'll find all these places, and we'll expect this to call that, get this back out. Oh, we should test this origin. Oh, we are testing the origin. Okay. It'll call that. We'll return that, and we'll expect that they'll take that place list and pull out the coordinates in order and look for entities. And when it finds an entity, it should call something which is figuring out that there's an enemy there, and then that it should be in this list. Yeah. So that's it. That's my aggro search. Do you need to return those places in cost order? No, because it's inside of a table. See that? It's kind of hard to see. We're returning a table which has this as a function you can call in it. I mean, technically there's a self here, but we don't use the self, so it doesn't really matter. Although I guess I could check that. So we can say local places equals that, and we can say moon unit expect equal places dot self. You don't understand how it works? It feels to me like it won't do anything. This should be like place. It might be easier if I do it like this. Maybe it makes more sense now. So places is, you can think of it as an object that has a method. You know, a function which first argument self means it's sort of an instance method. We're expecting that what we return, they're gonna use it to call this method, and then that method returns. Oh, wait a minute, you're right. I think I see where you're seeing, Toulouse. I forgot to say that we're supposed to return that. There we go. You were looking at a slightly different place in the code than I was. I didn't look at these and realize, oh yeah, that needs to be in the list. They're gonna call it and expect that we give them back a list. Yeah. So you were one step ahead of me, Toulouse. I thought, yeah, I misunderstood. So this is a places in cost order, whereas this whole thing is a places object. And place, it's just shorthand for I'm making one of these. Okay. Okay. Run that again. NPC aggro search doesn't exist because we haven't made it yet. So we'll put that under path. Function, NPC aggro search context. Okay. So it's going to call. You can find reachable places, right? Local places equals that, and it's expected we pass the zone, so I need to get the position out, right? Position.zone. The origin is position.x, position.y. Let's go ahead and indent these. The cost would be, we need to wrap the cost function. So we're going to end up calling aggro search cost. I just realized that these names don't match. This should be path cost with, right? And then this should be aggro search cost with context. And then the max cost, so that's NPC aggro range. So we need to add NPC out of that. Once we get the places, we're going to say for, I don't care about the index, so place in I pairs places dot places in cost order. Because that's what the other test checked, right? Right there. And then did I pairs. Right, okay. Do. End. Hey there, TS Just. How you doing? It sure was a lot of work helping with the TLS stuff yesterday, wasn't it? Made me want to go back and clean up my code a lot. And I tried to, but then I'm like, you know, it's the weekend. I don't want to do work. Exhausted. Well, he did get it to work with some hard-coded sleeps. But, hey, better than what he started at, right? I'm worried that he's going to have trouble with the fact that without the sleeps, he doesn't have a loop or a polling. He doesn't have a polling loop or a thread, and he's going to run into problems like that without having that. He sort of postponed working on that problem by putting in sleeps, right? But if you don't sleep, then if you're not ready, you have to either wait until you're ready or defer it to be tried later, right? So it's going to be more work for him. Okay, so with every place, we're going to want a position that we're going to use with the game with entities at position, right? And so there'll be a function that takes an entity and a depth. And the x and the y is place dot position x, place dot position y. And then the z is pos dot z. Like that. And then the function, so we need to get this out. Local aggro is a new table, right? We're going to end up returning that. So given an entity, we want to see, is it an enemy, right? Yeah, no logic for if packet not arrived, yeah. Zone. Why did I have zone? It should be Z. I haven't refactored that yet. Yeah, it's Z. I don't know why I had zone. This is gonna be whatever was in here, right? Oh, before we used the enemy's cache, so we're not using that anymore, are we? Either that or the enemies could be keyed by position somehow. Oh, anyway, how is that enemies computed? That's done in AI, right? That's here. Right, it's all players who aren't gone in the zone. Oh, wait a minute, no. For this one, the enemy, it's enemies. It's this one. All NPCs that have a class attribute. Okay, so the test should try to throw it off a little bit more, right? We should have like something else, some other entity that's, yeah, we should have some other entities that are on those positions. Actually, we can put it on these other tiles, maybe 1, 4. So like player, entity player, local entity, friendly NPC. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. The way I had written this code in AI. Oh, right. And friendly NPCs won't have a class variable. Okay, never mind. So just friendly NPC. Right. So we need to actually set up some component information. Game.components. It's going to look up the position component for the players to see if they're gone or not. Actually, no, it won't. It doesn't care about players. This one doesn't care. This one only cares about NPCs. So I don't need, it's just NPC. Friendly, well, closest enemy. So enemies have to have a class in there. So let's say 15, right? And the other one out is maybe a different class. As long as there's some class in there, it doesn't matter, right? A friendly NPC won't have a class. So that's how we know it's a friendly NPC. And then we need to make, I need to have a position. Do I? No, I just have to return the entity here. If X is 1, then else, if Y equals 4, I guess. Yeah, 4. Then visitor enemy entity friendly NPC. And a friend and a player too, right? So let's put a player at 3, 4. Visitor entity player. I guess I just throw it in there. It has to be player. Let's put that there. There we go. Me hurts. Ho ho ho. Wait a minute. It's not Christmas time yet. We haven't had Thanksgiving. Just because you can buy stuff at Costco for Christmas doesn't mean it's Christmas time. Okay, so these are meant to throw off the unit under test, right? Even if we show them, actually these two, it'll visit them, but it'll be like, well, these aren't enemies. These ones will be entities, and this one it should never visit. So I need this, right? This much right here. Actually, is it just that? I need to call this with entity component type function NPC and NPC entity and yeah. If there's a class, if NPC class, then they are an enemy. So aggro, length of aggro plus 1 equals entity. There we go. So it's saying iterate through all the places in cost order. For each place, look at all entities at that place. And for each entity, get its NPC component if it has an NPC component. If it does, then if it has a class field, then it's an enemy. Then return that list. So there we go. And I broke something. I didn't close a parentheses here somewhere. 124. Oh, yeah. That's that. Fail all the tests, yeah. At least wait until the turkeys are dead. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that... Oh, that I broke by accident, didn't I? Let's fix that. It's got some missing code, right? Where's the missing code? Do I need to do a get lens to find it? Wait a minute. Is the test is different. Yes. This was removed from it. Okay, this one we're still working on. It got to 244. Oh, right, this has a self. In fact, I should probably make sure that self is equal to game. Why not? Expect equal game self. Hey, it worked. All right. So that means aggro search will find enemies for us. The one thing I'm worried about is how expensive it'll be. I mean, that shouldn't be too expensive. It's gonna look at every place near it, and every entity near it, it's gonna try to look up its NPC component, and then it's gonna check that field of it. Maybe it's not that expensive. I guess I'll know when I profile it. So if we want to use that in the aggression, then we're getting rid of Manhattan distance again, even though I just put it back in there, and we're gonna replace it. We're gonna expect it's going to call aggro search, right? The thing we just made. An aggro search takes a context that we're going to expect that context comes back. And then what am I going to do here? Oh, I know what I was going to do. We're going to check based on each test, right? When an enemy is in range. So instead of putting it in enemies, we're going to put it somewhere else. I guess let's just have this thing return. Say local NPC aggro search return. And then just have it return it, right? Return it. So we don't have to set up enemies anymore. This is where we would set it up. Search return is enemy in range. There we go. New enemy in range. It's the same one, right? How did I get a... How'd that 7 get at the end? Must have misclicked. Probably reset tests should set this to empty list by default. Instead of setting enemies. Yeah, makes sense to me. Oh, Crumpet, you're starting to get a little political. See, I don't have to worry about political stuff in my chat because I can just say I don't know anything about politics, so I can't even really participate. I know nothing. Okay. Enemy in aggro range this time. I'm being raided by J. Langsdorff. How was your stream? My friend, I'd never seen your stream. What kind of stuff did you stream today? Yeah, Crumpet, you can talk politics, but I won't be able to participate, so just be you in chat, and then I guess the normal chat rules apply. Just be civil. I think politics are okay as long as you keep it civil. If it gets too distracting to me, I might ask you to take it to Discord or something. Oh, thank you for those links, Nui. Yeah, so welcome, Raiders. I'm working on some internal scripts to my game, and let me run my game. I can show you what it looks like. Actually, let me log in as a player. I think you get to see a better experience as a player than as the this is the game master view where I can kind of see everything, and this is the local player view. Looks like I got damaged somehow. So this game is inspired by Ultima 4, Ultima 5, some of the games I really enjoyed playing when I was a kid. And so one of my lifelong goals has been to try to make a game like that. And I'm making it multiplayer, and it's all custom game engine. So please pardon the lack of polish. The graphics are primitive. It is because I'm not an artist. It's a custom game engine. I use 3 different languages actively making this game, and also I use Python for some automation. The main languages I use are C++, which is running the engine itself, and the engine runs scripts that I code in Lua. So, for example, this NPC named George, his movement and his actions are all made by a script, and he just stepped on that secret door, so you can see that there's an illusionary wall there. He has scripts to do this. So if I ask him for help, leave me out of the dungeon, he'll say, okay, let's go. He has a bug right now where he sees that slime and he gets kind of distracted by it, but fortunately the slime left his aggro range and he was able to continue. You see, George is nice in that he fights the slimes for us. So his scripts include pathfinding and also combat. And you can see all of the side effects of the combat. There's the sound effects, there's visual effects, sometimes there's loot dropped. When he's not in combat and I ask him for help, he's guiding me out of the dungeon using a pathfinding algorithm. Oh, there's some loot. Let me pick it up. I got 3 gold pieces. So he showed me where the exit of the dungeon is. It's like, okay, here's the way out, right? And then he paths back to his starting position. And I'm going to follow him. How far away is he? Oh, he's stuck there because there's a slime across. So I'm working on improving the scripts today. One thing that he gets stuck on is when he's aggroing these slimes, he's looking a straight line of sight even if there's a barrier in the way. So I've been working on the scripts today. So instead of using line of sight search for enemies, he's using a pathfinding algorithm so that if there was a slime down here, he wouldn't aggro it because it's way far away path cost. But if there's one right next to him, he would say, oh, I can get to that, so let me go chase it down. Stream was about variable fonts. Okay, and that's interesting. Like variable width fonts or variable size fonts. That's cool. How do you say your name? Mulman. Mulman? Hi, how's it going? And Endorn, how are you doing? This is Raimu Art, not Adam Art. So anyway, the game I'm building is still under construction. The engine is all new, so there's not much game content, but I have rudimentary controls and some game systems working. So you saw the combat system. There's also the lighting and obstruction. So it's still kind of crude. It's the fog of war, so to speak. It's either completely on or off, depending on whether there's a light near or whether there's a wall in the way, that kind of thing. And there's a primitive inventory system here. You'll see me on my stream developing this live piece by piece. So we're about a year in, probably another year to go. Kind of close on that last attempt. Is it Mulman? Mulman? That's my final attempt. So yeah, feel free to ask any questions about what I'm doing. I have lots of commands and for my chat bot to answer common questions, and also lots of viewers who know more, this and that about what I'm doing. They could also answer. I also don't mind taking short mini breaks to explain things. The engine is getting more and more complex, and so I usually am working on a small piece of it at a time. So it's kind of like showing you the view of a mountain through a microscope, and it'll be impossible to kind of see the entire structure and architecture of the game system, but maybe piece by piece would make sense. So for example, I'm working on this script right here, which is the aggression system for the friendly NPCs. So we set up a whole bunch of mocks like you would do in a typical unit test. We're just testing this function called NPC aggression. So everything that it calls has to be simulated, because we're just testing that alone, stripped of everything else from the game. We're just testing this script. And this script does several things. So it's performing the turn for the friendly NPC based off of what's going on around them with respect to aggression, so attacking and pursuing enemies. So for example, this test case says if we already have some aggro and we're able to attack that enemy, we would do an action. That's what this expect true means. Aggression returns true. And the updates to the game would be that it tried to attack that enemy, right? And then here's another test case where we don't have aggro, but the tether, so to speak, is yoinking the NPC back to the home position. That's another part of the NPC aggression, is if they if you kite a monster and the monster gets too far away from its home, it would snap back. And the way I visualize it is there's a tether connecting each monster to a home position, and if you reach the end of that tether, you kind of get pulled back. So I call that yoinking, or the tether being yoinked back. So when it uses NPC aggression, will use another function called tether to figure out if it should snap back. And so we simulate that if it returns true, then the aggression system is going to say, well, no, we can't do anything more. We're just going to tether. We're going to snap back, right? Another test case, no aggro, no yoinking by the tether, but there's a new enemy in range. So this is what I was just testing. In the past, we would say that there's an enemy in range by having an enemies list with positions, and then it was using a Manhattan distance calculation to see if it's close enough. Should we pull aggro? But that was leading to this problem where there's a slime right here. George is now obsessed with trying to cross that water, even though he can't, because he sees Manhattan distance is 2. 2 is within his aggro range, and so he's like, I want to attack that. So we're removing that and replacing it with an expectation that it's calling an aggro search function, which is using a Dijkstra's algorithm, which will not find this slime because it'll go out to his aggro range along every walkable path and reach the end and say, well, there are no enemies within range. So that's what this well, hold on. That's what this is simulating. If that is empty, then there are no enemies in range. So here's an example where if a new enemy is in range, it's because NPC aggro search actually returns that. And so what happens when they're in range is we tried to tether, failed, and then we pull aggro and we had tried to attack that enemy. So new enemy in range would again be, yeah, I already put it in here. Able to attack them, so it's the enemy in attack range. So pull aggro and attack. No aggro yet, not being yoinked by the tether. New enemy in range, not able to attack them. So that's that the aggro search. Oh, the position has to be recorded separately. I'm missing that. Because otherwise these two are the same, only this one pursues because it couldn't attack. We'll get to that in a second. I'm just overhauling this. I think I was on this line when I got raided, right? Right. No, I had just done that one. So this enemies is replaced by setting the aggro search return results. Right? So we don't do the enemies anymore. So in this case, we already have something in aggro, but we're unable to attack them. Also, another enemy is in range. So we tried to attack, couldn't. Check our tether, then pull aggro on the new enemy, try to attack it. And then, by the way, actually, is this in the right order? Oh, right. This new enemy couldn't be attacked because they're not in attack range. They're in aggro range, though. So we pulled aggro and tried to attack them, couldn't. Then we tried to pursue the one that was outside of range, couldn't, so we dropped aggro on it, and then we tried to pursue the other one. Right, that's how it goes. So these are like little scenarios. This is the setup. This is the side effects. That's the actual action. Okay, so whether or not we can, right, the position is separate, right? Where are the positions? I guess I should check the aggression script. I bet it was getting it from the enemy. Target enemy. Oh, interesting. This enemy info position is only checked, but then it actually calls an NPC attack. So we have to act, we're actually simulating the attack, right? NPC attack. Oh, right. We're already checking that. So we don't need to do a position thing. So what was the difference between these two? No aggro yet. Oh, these are the same except for that was different, right? And these are different because the entity is different. This one is within attack range, this one is not. Stop using good because, well, time zones? Are you saying it's no longer a good morning? It's now a bad morning because of time zones? Hey there, Manes. Okay, I think this setup is now what I want it to be. So this test is going to fail now because I changed the test requirements. I wanted to use aggro search rather than the enemy's cache and a Manhattan distance search. In fact, I'm going to remove the enemies. Actually, the enemies weren't even in there in the first place. So this fails correctly because... Actually, that's not what I expected. Oh, it is what I expected. That's the old code. The old code expects there to be an enemy, so there is no enemies anymore. So we're going to remove that. So rather than looking through the enemy's cache and doing Manhattan distance, we're going to be calling the right, we're going to be calling the NPC aggro search. Where is it? NPC aggro search context. So, and it's not enemy info, it's directly the target. This we don't care about. That way it's going to be done for us. I guess we just say it's entity. Enemy entity. We're just... Right, if not aggro that. And we don't need to compute the range. Oh, okay, never mind. That's already in the context. Yeah, I don't need to do this. So it's just that. And I don't need a target distance either. Target distance is only to sort, right? Yeah, it's already sorted, so I don't need that. So it's much simpler. Oh, I should also stop on the first one, right? The old code, let me look at the side-by-side. The old code did a distant, where is it? Right, this kind of a thing. So I don't need to do that. I can just say if you can just do break, right? Break out of that loop. Today was cool. You're gonna see an armored train 3 times this week. Why are you gonna see an armored train? And why would you see it 3 times? Anniversary. Okay. All right. Interesting. Gonna say hey or hello instead of good morning, day, afternoon, evening because of time zones. Good time zone. Yeah, it'd be like World War One, right? Or what? They had trains in World War Two also. Interesting. Cool. All right, let's see if that is enough. Actually, I can combine these two, right? Why don't I just do that? Yeah, aren't we just gonna pick the first enemy that we see? No, we're not, because if it's already in our aggro list. If it's already in our aggro, should we just continue searching then? What did the old code do here? Hide that. Oh, we had to loop because we didn't know what the closest one was. So if we know what the closest one was, so this is already like going, if the closest one was already aggro, it would just look at the second one and listen to aggro that too. Is that what I wanted to do? Shouldn't we just put them all in the list? Well, the test isn't testing that. The test is only expecting one thing to be in the list. Let's just keep. I'll just make the test pass. Minimum to make. So the test probably already passes now, right? No. Enemy info is. Okay, it's not that. It's just that. Cool. So it passes, but now I'm wondering if I should simplify that more, or I should fix this. I'm thinking it should take all of the enemies and put them on the aggro table. So that would be, I would have multiple enemies here. Like another enemy. How about another enemy in aggro range? Test other enemy in aggro range. Test other enemy in aggro range entity. 88. Okay, let's modify this one. Actually, I can just add it to this one. I already have aggro, but also two other enemies are in range. Drop aggro from old target and pull aggro on new targets. Pursue the closest of the new targets. There we go. You see it, Crumpet. Thanks for being here. You just changed video quality and played 2 ads in a row? I'm sorry about that. Actually, Valentine, I had a question for you in chat about that. So, Twitch told me that I can have it not... So what you just saw was what they call a pre-roll ad, right? They said I can prevent pre-roll ads on my channel if I play ad breaks. So whenever I need to like use the restroom or something, would you guys want to just have it not show ads, and at the cost of that there's probably going to be pre-roll ads, or would you like it if I actually played ads while I'm really AFK or in the restroom or whatever, and then there would be ads during that time, but then there wouldn't be during pre-roll when you first arrived there. Thing is, I don't like ads at all, like when I watch other streams. So I kind of feel torn because I don't want to like show ads on purpose, but if showing ads on purpose prevents other ads, then maybe it's worth it. Prefer an uninterrupted stream. Yeah, maybe I'll just like, no one really pays attention to you being in the bathroom. Well, right now, when I go on a bathroom break, it just shows a static screen for 2 or 3 minutes. So, I could do other things then. You think that's it when you're AFK are fine? I'm kind of on the fence about it. Perfect world would be just disable ads completely, but I can't do that. That's true, you can sub, but I don't want to make people sub just to get rid of ads. I'd rather just say, hey, look, I don't want there to be ads, so now there are no ads. But Twitch doesn't actually give me the authority to do that. I guess if I was a... Actually, I don't even know if you're a partner, can you totally disable ads completely? Yeah, it does seem reasonable, but then again, like, I don't want to push... It really doesn't... It makes me feel sleazy to run ads. You don't know why you saw an ad and you changed video? Yeah, it's their algorithm is sort of strange. It thinks it needs to do a pre-roll ad because either you didn't complete the previous pre-roll ad or it doesn't even know that you did. Neither option is sleazy. I just don't feel right rolling ads. Partner used to be able to disable ads, but they removed that. Prefer ads on demand than pre-roll ads? Maybe it's something that I put on my Discord as like, please vote on this. Which ads would you rather have, since I have to choose one, either pre-roll or scheduled ones during breaks. Benefit of manually triggering ads is that you know people actually see what's going on. But I don't want to force people to watch ads. But I don't know. It's worth more discussion and thought, I guess. But I'm sorry you had to watch 2 pre-roll ads. That sucks. People can join, but you can't see what you're saying for 30 seconds. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's a good point. That a scheduled ad would be, when I'm gone, would be better because you don't miss anything. And by the way, hello. I waved to everybody who chats on my channel, and I forgot to wave to you. You actually changed the quality refreshes. Yeah, so it thinks that you might be new. I think that it shouldn't, because it should recognize that, oh, he was watching just on a different transcoder setting. Yeah, well, I don't want to force them. See, it's Twitch forcing you to watch an ad. I didn't have any say. But when I'm running an ad, I'm actively saying, do an ad now. And it doesn't feel right to me. That now I'm now accountable for the ad rather than Twitch being accountable. Or responsible. Maybe that's it. It's who is the responsible party for the ad? I don't want to be responsible for ads, so... Yeah. It's just I need to get over it, I guess. Okay, I was going to fix this by having 2 things in the aggro return, right? Right. Have 2 things returned, and it should pull on both, right? Target other, or test other enemy in aggro range, and we should see that they both get pulled. Pull aggro on both, and it's going to be attack. It's actually going to try to attack both, isn't it? It's not going to be able to. It won't be able to pursue that one, so it'll drop that one and it'll pursue that one. That's what I expect. So that breaks right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, because it didn't pull aggro on the other one, so I need to fix that. So it's basically, instead of doing that, do... Oh, wait. There's going to be a problem where this... Actually, if that's looking at NPC aggro, then it can build itself, right? Let's see if this works. End. Context target entity equals target entity. Try to attack if we could. This shouldn't be target found. This should be target attacked. This should be also a local. I've made that mistake a few times. I don't need this one either, right? I think that's right. Let's try it. No, it didn't work. Ah. Do I want an official link? Yeah, you can put in the link. You said earlier it's in celebration of passing 100 years from the Estonian War of Independence. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I wouldn't mind a link. Let's promote the armored train. We expect streamers to running 3 minutes of ads an hour, which is quite a bit. 3 minutes of ads per hour. So if I run 4 hours, I'd have to run 12 minutes of ads. That's a lot. But then again, I should probably take more breaks, right? Let's see this armored train. Oh, cool. That's sweet. So they're actually, is it the same train? Is it a replica or is it an original? It's a replica. It would be super, super cool if it was the original, but I guess those are long gone. That's cool. Nice. No originals left. My character was killed while we were sitting there. Respawn. I think I'm standing in a dangerous spot. If I stand here, George will guard me. Actually, I don't even need to be logged in anymore. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Oh, we're not putting it in the aggro list. That might be why, right? Well, I shouldn't need to, though. It should be assigning back into NPC. It should be calling pull aggro twice. Enemy entity should be different each time. This should be false, so it should loop. So then what's going on? So which one is 88? I mean 86. 86. 86 is the one in range. Okay. I guess it's not calling pull aggro twice. And it's not calling attack. It's not doing what I told it to do. 2, 3, 4, 5. It's pursuing... Oh, that's pursuing the other one. 88 instead of 87? Weird. I messed it up somehow. Maybe it's not a pursue. I think I need to improve the what it prints out when the tables don't match. Oh, it was pull aggro. Oh, right. The order of this is wrong. It should be pull aggro, then attack. Can't. Pull aggro on the other one. Try to attack. It can't. Pursue. Okay. There we go. Fixed it. So it pulls aggro, tries to attack. It can't. So then it continues to pull aggro, attack. So the first attack that succeeds will stop the aggression, right? Yeah, return true. Okay. I guess that's fine. It's going to keep going. It's going to keep trying to attack everything that it sees until it finds one that it can attack, and then it'll stop looking. Okay, got it. Okay, see you, Manes. Thank you for sharing the armored train, and I hope you have a good sleep. Just be thoughtful and don't go to the bathroom every 5 minutes just so you can play hats. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. I guess that would be what decides it, right? If the minimum number of minutes of ads that I need to run to prevent pre-roll ads, if it's more than the number of minutes I would take for a break anyway, I might not do it. But if it's at or under the number of minutes, then I would do it, but I'd have to be careful to meet the threshold, otherwise it would be bad, right? You get both the ads and the pre-roll ads, which would suck. Then it would give me an excuse to take more shorter breaks, maybe? I don't know. I don't want to have to take breaks just to meet some ad threshold, though. A streamer runs a 30-second ad break. Pre-roll ads will be disabled for the next 10 minutes. Oh, I see. Well, what about pre-roll ads at the beginning of the stream, though? Like, do I begin with an ad at the beginning? I guess I could, right? I could begin with an ad because I haven't done anything yet, and then that will go for 10 minutes. That's not that long, though. How long are ads for television these days? Just out of curiosity. Television ad break frequency. That's how many ad breaks do you get on American television? Sure. For half an hour show, usually 2 to 3. Well, that's consistent with what you posted, Toulouse. If a commercial break is 30 seconds long, you get 3 of them in half an hour. Seems like a lot of commercials, though. I don't know if I'd do it. Because then the average person would be seeing more ads, right? Yeah, why would I want that? Why would I want you to see more ads? I don't need ad money. I'd rather turn the ads off. Yeah. Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to do that. Maybe I could start with an ad that lasts a minute saying, stream is starting soon. Here's an ad to prevent any more ads within the first 20 minutes. And then people would know to wait a minute to tune in. I don't know. Seems too complicated. The closest enemy within aggro range. Okay, so I'm done then, right? So is it time to give this a try? Well, I need the pursuit to work, though. Well, we can at least try it with the test environment to make sure that George doesn't aggro anything. So let's start up the test environment. So the test would be he doesn't pull aggro. Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. He doesn't pull aggro until he's within 5 squares of search distance. But when he does, he's going to still pursue Manhattan distance-wise instead of getting a path. So that would be the second part of today's work, which I don't think I have on the list here. So yeah, this. Yeah, right now it's searching on every step. Let's not do this yet. I'll measure it first. Yeah, I need to turn off strike through, and then I change the way NPCs pursue enemies. So use find paths to make an initial path. I think like every so often use find path again in case target moved. What else to say? Actually, I guess we could do find path every single time, right? Oh, we can actually see how expensive it is if I do it that way. Use find path. It's gonna be kind of expensive though. Let's say use find path to make use find path before each move to pursue. Let's just start with that. I guess I can run the performance analysis tool and see how bad it is. Okay, local host. So over here, we have Bob, who is the test environment equivalent of George. And he's got a bunch of slimes in his aggro table. So first, let me reduce his aggro range to 1. And let me flush his aggro table, or aggro list. Now he's just going to wander around. So now I'm going to synchronize the scripts. So I'm going to run my automation tool. Python tools / scripts acandinal sync. And the path is realm server source ECS scripts. So it updated aggression and path. So now he's doing pathfinding. So now I can increase his aggro range again to 5. And place him here, and he should not aggro anything. But if I put him like up here, he will aggro them. Whoops, I moved the wrong thing. Now he should chase them. Oh, he's chasing them. Cool. Wait, where's he going? He's still trying to get to that one. Why is he trying to get to that one? Oh, he won't drop aggro right unless he fails to pursue. He should be failing to pursue now, though. One, two, yes, he shouldn't be pursuing right now. Can I watch that in another window, please? Stage a candinal tailf game.journal. So he's entity 3330. What's he doing? It's not doing anything. No, he is. He's moving there. Actually, let me just do grep 3330. Okay, what is he doing? He's staying where he is. He's moving. He's moving nowhere. I don't understand this. Why would this... He's setting his position to the same position. Why is he doing that? I understand this because the next action time is advancing by 0.5 each time. How does someone write code while not using Emacs? By using Visual Studio Code. That's how one writes code without using Emacs. Nice name, by the way, Horse. How are you doing? Okay, why would George act this way? Yeah, Ed is the editor. You didn't know that? Ed editor. Didn't you know? Ed is the standard text editor. The standard text editor. Oh, I didn't have the R got chopped off on that. Sorry about that. Okay. I'm trying to figure out why George is still trying to get to... Oh, wait a minute. He's trying to get to 10017. Where's that guy? Here. He's chasing that one for some reason. Thank you for the follow. Okay, maybe it's the way we drop aggro. It should have dropped aggro there, but it's not. You don't code with Nano or you have no respect? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't get why. Okay, what if I reduce his aggro range to 1 again? Is it actually going through the code to drop aggro? I suspect that that's the bug. It's just not dropping. He's just trying to pursue it constantly. Why would he be doing that? Now he's aggroing everything. Interesting. Oh, because 0 means infinite? 0 for max cost might be infinite, so that might have been a mistake. Now it's down to 1. Okay, yeah, things aren't being removed from the aggro table for some reason. If I place him there, does he stop pursuing? Yes. And does he pull aggro when his aggro range is set to 5 when he's standing there? No. He's still not pulling anything. If I put him there, though, he's going to pull 2 of them, and he's going to go find them and destroy them. Meanwhile, he's gonna wipe them all out now. I better move him away. No, don't kill them all. Okay, so there's some bug still. He's still in pursuit of 2 of those slimes, even though he shouldn't be. Thank you for the other follow, by the way. Why would he be? Maybe I need a test case for this. I thought I had a test case for this. It's where it can't get to him, so he drops aggro, right? Oh, maybe I didn't have one specifically for that. That drop aggro without... I didn't have one. Okay, let's make one. There might be a bug. Okay, so we should have an already have aggro, unable to attack or pursue. Unable to attack or pursue them. So drop aggro. So we should use the entity that is never in aggro range. Or does it matter? Yes, it does matter. So it will try to attack. It can't attack, so then it will try... No, I have the wrong one, don't I? I pulled the wrong one. Not in aggro range is the one I want. We should try to attack, can't, so then try to pursue, can't, and so it should be drop aggro. Interesting. There's no key target. Why not? What is number 2? Tether. Oh, I forgot tether. We check the tether next, right? Is that true? Oh, right. So drop aggro and just wander. And perform no action. Okay, so why does that pass when in the test environment it's not passing? Oh, did I check the pursuit? I don't think I checked the pursuit thing. No, it is. So it should be returning false because it is this one. Is it? Maybe it's this function then. It's wrong. Okay, so there's a bug in that one and that one somewhere. NPC pursuit try entity. It's gonna look up the entity's position and then call try to pursue that position. That is going to pass those ifs. Oh. There's a range extension. That might be it. And it's doing a Manhattan distance search. That's what it is. So it's getting to pursuit. No, it should have hit false for that. Oh, Bud. What is that? It's a resubscription. My goodness. Baby rage, Bud. 9 months. Well, thank you for the support for 9 whole months, Bud. Hope you're having a great day. I'm trying to find this bug right now, and it's getting frustrating. So, Bob now should not be pulling aggro on these slimes. He should actually be dropping aggro when he cannot pursue them. He shouldn't be picking them up again. For some reason, he's keeping aggro on 2 of these enemies, even though the pursuit should be returning false. These should both be returning false, so that should be setting it to false, and so it should be returning false. So that should be staying false. That should be false. Is it because that this is... Oh, you know, I think I might know why. Is that not a local? It is a local. Wait a minute. Right, that will be false. So that stays false. And so it should drop aggro. Why is it not doing that? It might be... It's putting in an NPC delta. Where is that going? Right, it should be dropping aggro. Why is it not doing that in the real game? Your job every single day. Yeah, exactly. I always look at the number when I resubscribe to some other streamer. And I'm like, wow, I've been subscribed to them that long. That's like twice as long as I think it should be. Time flies. It is calling modify component every half second. Okay, it just rotated. Yeah. It thinks it should be modifying it, but it's not. There's no... Okay, the delta is the X and Y. But he's not really moving. Oh, wait a minute. I wonder if he's trying to pursue and it just goes nowhere. That might be it. Oh, that's what it is. If they're both 0, it's not going to move. Aha! One of these will be 1 and the other one will be 0, right? If he's directly along the X or Y. So to test... Yeah, okay. So he'll probably drop aggro now because he's diagonally distant from it. Right, okay, that's what it was. Okay, I know what the bug is. He'll try to move nowhere, which is why he was trying to move, and he was just moving on to his current position over and over again. Okay, so that's a bug in the pursuit script. Pursuit. So it should be blocked. It's not delta. It's try position. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I never actually tested. I tested 8 different octants, but I didn't test the axes. That's the problem. Right. I tried pursuing everything within 8 different octants, but not on the axes. So let's take one of these where it's on axis. Pursue positive x-axis. So it's +1, 0. Right, so if we allow it to pursue, then it should return true. And then we reset it, and let's say it's false. Actually, let's it's this one that I care about. So let's eliminate this one. If I set that to false, this should be false, right? But I'm guessing it's going to be it's going to be it's going to be a true, and it's going to try to go to dx0 dy0. I bet you it's going to do that. So that's pursuit. Yep, so there's the repeating the bug. Oh, actually, no, it's a nil. Why would it be a nil? 59? What? It's nil? Oh, wait. Did I mess that up? Hold on. 333, right? Because it's beyond the range of the steps. So we should have a check there on 59. This should be an assert. No, it didn't get past that. Oh, wait. This should be less than. There we go. 1 is less than 1 was expected. Okay, that's the bug. It is going and doing a second step. So we need to prevent that. This should say if MDY is, what's the sign, right? If the MDY is not 0, then try it to pursue there, right? Or really, if it's 0, then pursued is false. Else, if, actually I can combine that, right? If 0 or not that, then pursued is false. There we go. Do you know regex? Any good sources for learning it? Yeah, there was a cool site that someone told me about. Let me find it. Knowledge is Adam stuff, so let me look at mine. Here it is. Regex 101. Another viewer of mine gave me this link, and this was like an awesome looking website because you can kind of like test things out. So like hello world, and you can have like OR, and it shows you actually what it matched and stuff. So you can say O, or you can say like L dot. You can interactively try things out that way. Not that it has a tutorial, but I think like if you learn from trial and error, this is a perfect site. It probably has links to more information too. I don't know if it has a tutorial though. Well, there you go. So Nui's got one there, tutorial. I thought this was great for me because I've read the basics on regular expressions, but the problem I have a lot is they're just too complicated to try to get right the first time. So what I'll do is I'll just I'll put in, if it doesn't work, I'll put it in here and then try to play around with it to see what parts of it work and what parts of it don't, and inevitably I'll find out what it is just through trial and error here. But this is really cool that it shows you all the matches and all, it shows it like with colors, and it's awesome. Oh no, how did you get down there, George? He's getting smart. He's figuring out how to get down there and slay those guys. Oh, probably because as I'm saving, he's getting the changes, right? Yep. Every time I save, he's getting smarter. All right, so I need the same kind of thing down here, right? If this is x, or try to pursue mdx0, then that should pass that. And now he should be smart enough. If he pulls aggro, let's make him pull some aggro. I'll just briefly put him here, and he gets really upset, and then I'll put him over here. Whoa, what's he doing? Oh, he's chasing those other two around. But then he lost aggro. Oh, because he is able, it's when he can't move that he drops aggro. So he was pacing around here until he couldn't move, and then it's like, okay, all the aggro's gone. Okay, so then the final step would be his pursuit should get a path then. He just wants to murder, I know. Especially if I put him in here, he enrages. If, you know what I should do, actually? I should improve this by, like, we should get a callback whenever the component changes, and then we could see the aggro table, like, light up. Yeah, so if one of these slimes now gets too close up here, or if Bob wanders close enough to these, he will now go all the way around. Actually, no, he's still going to do Manhattan distance, isn't he? I have to actually place him up here, and then he's going to go wild and kill everything. Right, because he needs to have A-star pathing to get there. Otherwise, I still need to place him there. And he's kicking the teeth out of those guys. Now he's like, there's nothing left to do. Oh, there's one. It's like a gold generator. It's a gold farm. Just place an NPC that can't be retaliated against into a mob spawner. It's kind of like, kind of reminds me of the mob farms in Minecraft, doesn't it, Toulouse? He's a spawn camper. There you go. No, it's a gold farm. This is what you do. So have enemies that drop loot, and you just place an undefeatable, aggressive NPC in there with them, and he just constantly farms the gold for you. Okay, Bob, you've had enough. You can go out there. Okay, so far so good. I should probably check in my work so far today. Kind of bad that I haven't checked stuff in. Okay, this was the adding aggro search cost, right? Oh, this is a bug fix. Let's check this one in first. Path and path test had caught a bug here, right? It was here, right? Okay, fix bug in, oh, which one was that? Max cost +1. NPC path cost? Fix bug in cost returned. Is that right? On denied move. Return max cost +1 because returning max cost when the path cost so far is 0 actually constructs a valid path, and we don't want that. They would actually move into a wall right next to them, or they would try to. Okay, path test. This was adding aggro cost search, right? Well, this part was. What? Let's check this one in separately and call this one fix typo. That's what I say for stuff like that. So this hunk is aggro search cost. That's this test, right? Add NPC aggro search cost function. And then what did I do? I did a rename there. So a fix local variable, can't type today, names in NPC find path. Then add, this is aggro search. Stage and stage. Add NPC aggro search function. I know every day I can't type. It's pathetic. Okay, that was a bug fix in pursuit, right? This is a bad one. I'm glad I saw this one. I should probably have it try to pursue all the axes, right? NPC pursuit, this one. This is the really long test too. Let's have, the line numbers aren't right either. Pursue negative x-axis, -1, -1, -1. And then let's duplicate this to do the y-axis. Y, oh y. So that's 0, and that's a 1. These are zeros, and these are -1s. Oh, I broke it. 361. What? Oh, is there an X somewhere? It's a good thing I added that to the test, because there's a bug here. Wait a minute. There's no X. Oh, capital. That's what it is. Okay, there's another one where it right there. Cool. All right. So pull that in. Not the whole thing. Take that one out. Unstage that. Actually, I did want that one, didn't I? That's, yeah, I need that change. That goes with that. Okay, so this is a fixed bug in NPC pursuit, try position. So, describe the bug. If an NPC tried to pursue a target along an axis and couldn't, they would end up trying to move onto the position they were already at. This was allowed and a no op move performed. This also caused NPCs never to drop aggro when they couldn't move. To not drop aggro when they couldn't move. They should. To drop aggro, they'll get it back if they could path around it. For right now, they can't. Okay, and then aggression. Right, so this is reworking the aggression system to use the search rather than Manhattan distance, right? Other enemy. And okay, there are 2 changes here. So we would keep searching, right? Rather than just trying the closest one. Yep. Okay, so update NPC aggression to, well, improvements to NPC aggression. So when pulling aggro, or when searching for enemies, pull aggro on all enemies sorted from near to far until a successful attack can be made. And but the primary thing I did was replace Manhattan distance enemy search with cost-based search using find, what is it called? Aggression. Aggro search. Commit. Yay. Push that so we don't lose it. I should probably take a quick break. I'm not going to run an ad, though. I'm just going to take a quick break to get something to drink. And yeah, so I'll be back in like a minute. Be right back. Hey, I'm back. Hey there, Slickfur. So how long was that? How many ads would I have been able to fit in there? Hey there, Alt F4 stream. How are you doing? I never know which one of you are. You're probably Black Glasses, but you could be any one of the 3 Alt F4 streamers, correct? And that was like 12 minutes ago. I'm sorry I didn't see your chat. Yeah, and Slickfur was like 10 minutes ago. My apologies. Sometimes when I get into the work, like I don't see new faces in chat. Actually, I don't see faces at all. It's just single lines. I think that's what it is. If it's just a single line or two, I don't always see it because it's not like a new face that just popped up. I wonder if I could have the stream helper do something more explicit on that, like make it sound or something saying new face in chat. All right. Things are checked in, and Bob is updated so that he will no longer pull aggro when he's down here. The problem is, though, if he draws aggro and he's chasing, like if I put him here, he won't be able to get to that enemy. Well, okay, he did. He shouldn't have been able to. I think he wandered is what happened. If I put an enemy... No, stay there, Bob. Stay right there. So now he's going to pull aggro. Actually, he's probably pulling and then dropping it right away because he can't get there. But he should have been able to walk around and get to that enemy. So we're going to make that work next. If I place him there and an enemy there, he should immediately step around and swat the thing. He's not doing that yet. If he's standing there and I put him there, it'll work. And then he actually, when he gets close enough, like there, he's now going to go attack everything. The thing about them standing on each other, that's a race condition I haven't solved yet. That's the two entities have decided to move on top of each other in this within the same system update. And he's completely annihilated everything. Okay, Bob, you've had enough work. Go out here. Okay. So we're gonna work on this next, where he's going to pathfind to his enemies, and I'll make it a little bit more interesting. I'm gonna place obstacles in the way that he would need to use a pathfinding algorithm to get around. Actually, you know what? It would be enough is to just increase his aggro range to a large number. let's say if he's standing here, how many would it be to get there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So can I set his aggro range to 15? What's his home tether right now? 20. Okay. So he'll go out, he'll aggro within 15 squares, pursuing out to 20 and then snapping back home. Normally he'll wander within 6. Or he'll return to 6 squares from home, basically. Okay, let's try that. So he'll immediately start aggroing and he won't be able to get to any of these guys. So he's gonna march around very uncomfortably trying to get to these guys. See that? So we're going to improve his logic so now instead of trying to cross this water, which he can't, he'll immediately go up, right, up, left, down, and then slaughter them all. And there won't be anything I can do to stop him other than constantly move him back. Let's work on that now. So that's the pursuit code, right? Right. Try pursuit position currently calculates the Manhattan distance and then tries the long axis first and then tries the short axis. So it's like if it's up and to the left, if it's like way up and then a little bit to the left, it'll try to go up. And if it can't go up, it'll go left. And if it can't go in either direction, it'll turn off pursuit. So what we want to do instead is find a path and then take the next step on that path. And we could maybe cache it in some way. Actually, what would be cool is if we got an initial path, and then when we get to the next step again, we could use a heuristic that uses the original path. But I think that'd be an optimization. What if we just do the brute force way, would be to do a path search every step. Okay, so test-driven development, right? We need to go to the test for a pursuit. And we have to say, yeah, this ugly long test is going to change now, right? In fact, I won't need to test this octant stuff anymore. So we're going to remove this. And really, I can just have one complex chase, right? We'd still turn off pursuit if they get stuck, I think. Actually, hold on. I just thought of something. What if he's pursuing an enemy and then another enemy gets in the way? He should strike the enemy that's closer, right? But he won't. Well, it's just going to be amusing. He'll chase down the one he's originally tries to get to. He'll be obsessed with it. Yeah, we'll fix that when we do the aggression system. We'll have to do something where we need to sort the aggro table by distance, I think, at some point. Or maybe just recompute aggro every once in a while. I don't know. I haven't I don't know what I want to do yet. Let's just do one thing at a time. I don't need the sign function. We're not going to call try pursuit delta anymore. We're going to be calling... Actually, we are going to be doing that, aren't we? We're going to be doing that. Yes. But we're also going to stub out the pathfinding. Find path. Find path in Lua. Really? I haven't stubbed it yet? Okay. Oh, I did stub it right there. It's actually what I want. Find path through a zone from a current position to a goal. So the current position is going to change every step of the pursuit. So these tests are no longer valid, are they? I think instead I want to include them in the steps somehow. Let's put these up here. I wonder if I can use the same step counter thing. I can change this around slightly, and it's just start it at 1. Add 1 there and make this one less than or equal to. Then the find path should be looking at the steps. We can include extra steps there. So we can have this here. So we'll have, if dx is the delta, then let's just make it x and y. Is position 1 and position 2. All right. And then what would the goal be? The goal would be wherever the target is, right? Where did I encode the target? Oh, target position. You know what we can do? We can have the target move every step too. Let's include that here. So, goal is a position, right? Hold on, what's waypoints? Oh, I copied that from somewhere else. I copied that from here, right? Waypoints. Oh. The goal is... Right, I need to find out actually... Okay, it's a tuple. I think. Or what... Actually, what is it? Maybe I need to include everything here. What is find path expected to be? A starting position. So that's starting... So it's an array. So it's a tuple. Okay, it's a tuple. So let's just include it here. Goal... Maybe gx, gy for goal, x, goal, y? Excuse me. The same kind of cost function wrapper, right? Is... Wait a minute, what is this supposed to do here? I copied that from somewhere else. That's the problem copying stuff. Right, it's expected to end up doing this one. I actually need both of these stubbed out, right? Because it's going to use the heuristic and the path. Oh, wait a minute, why? The heuristic isn't needed. The cost function doesn't use the heuristic. Why did I even do that? Yeah, I don't need the... The heuristic is... We could call it if we wanted to, I guess. Oh, I remember why. Because it's going to get called. So we're stubbing it out to make sure that... Wait a minute, no, it won't be called. What am I thinking? Sure, that's going to be called because because this thing makes well, this thing makes a wrapper, but this thing is not using a wrapper, so shouldn't it just compare that they're equal? Yeah, I don't need to do this. I should just make sure that they're equal. Like right here, moon unit expect equal NPC path heuristic is the heuristic function. And we're not actually going to call it, so it can just be a function within an empty function, right? In fact, it can just be anything. It could be like foobar. That is just to make sure it properly wraps it. We should do something like this. NPC path cost called. And do I have oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'll reset it here. That is false, and then expect it to be true now. There. Test path in is not defined because I didn't copy that part. Test path. Actually, I want a different path every time, right? Yeah, so this should just be like local, no, that should be part of the steps, shouldn't it? Yeah, we should give a different path every time. So, yeah, we should just return steps, step count, path. Cool. So if the target is gone, can't pursue them. They're in a different zone, can't pursue them. Same position. Okay, here's where I gotta add stuff. There's an X and a Y, a DX and a DY. So X. Do I even need these positions? Does it use position anymore for X and Y? It's not going to. It was using it, but it won't anymore, right? So I don't, the only thing the position actually needs to have is the Z coordinate. Because we're going to remove this code. Instead, it's going to do a path find. Actually, it's going to do a path find from the position. So I got to actually put the position in there. Let me think about this. How do these step things work? Oh, wait. I'm thinking about this wrong. It's not going to loop. Okay. I don't need step count then. So I don't need step count or steps. I'm going to rename steps something else, though. We're going to call steps... expected step. Expected step. Is this right? I could just turn it around and say, okay, I need to have a path. I guess we can just call it scenario or test. Let's just call it test. So the test is just declared there, and then we're going to remove the step count check. And step count just becomes test. And then remove that. I don't like that word test, actually. Let's call it, test case. Test. Actually, if I call it test, then I can put the context into test, and that would be cleaner, right? Yeah, let's do it. So test equals, and then we can put context in there. Because that's these are the constants, right? I don't know why I have that one in there. That shouldn't be in there. We're gonna, like, change, so that should just be an empty table. Maybe that was in there to show what the shape was. And then maybe I should do the same thing here. The shape should be included there. And did we need aggro range? I think I needed aggro range. Oh, wait, that's max cost. Right, so that's what we want to see for max cost. And I'm never checking that. So let's check it here. Moon unit, expect equal test.context.npc.aggro range for the max cost. Actually, it's that plus an extension, isn't it? Why do I have an aggro range extension for pursuit? Oh, so that's so that you can't jump away and suddenly be out of aggro range. So that's intentional. So that should be expect that plus 5. The other way around. Expect range plus 5 for the max cost. Chat's really quiet for the last 20 minutes. No one has said anything. That's all I have to do to get people to chat, to say, chat, it's very, very quiet. We're hunting rabbits. Be very, very quiet. That's what Elmer Fudd would say, right? And just came back. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to arrange this. So yeah, I decided test underscore context becomes test dot context. It's probably more of that, right? Test underscore context. Not in that test. Okay, that's good. So let's shorten that one. Actually, let's collapse all, and we're going into this one, right? Oh, that was a bad idea. I wish I could collapse only one. Is there a way to collapse only one level? Fold level 1. There we go. Fold level. No. Fold level 1. Why is it not working? Huh. So how do you, thank you for that follow. Fold level. I don't understand this. How do you, is it unfold? Unfold recursively. That's what I want. K. There we go. K. End bracket. So unfolds recursively just with one thing you're in. Okay, good. So those are our the shape of things. Try delta doesn't need to do that. We're just expecting. So let's put in the stuff here. Let's actually make. Yeah, it actually should be out here, right? Dx, dy, x, y, gx, gy. And path. What else? Get rid of step count. Result. What are we calling that? Yeah, result. So this is checking those various fields. This is expecting the original position and the goal to be passed in there, returning the path, and they should take the path and try the next step, really. We're verifying the cost function is both called and that the context matches, and these parameters are passed in exactly the same. Do I want to do that? I know what the max cost will be, don't I? Shouldn't it just... I'm already checking it there, right? Just check it again. To just check it again. There we go. Or is that redundant? I don't know. Actually, hold on. I can just make this spam for max cost and just say spam. All right. Because it should just be testing that it's forwarding it. All right. Do I need this weird bracketing just to do that? Oh, all of these all these contexts change. These should, how far do I search down here? Let me start over again. Test.context. So if we mark the target is gone, it shouldn't try to pursue. What if I could just fold this down, because there's only one of it, and just leave that comment there, like that, and then that should go with that, and this should say do not pursue an entity that is gone or a different zone. Pursue same direction. Will it actually try to make a step? I think it should just... How do we know if it called it or not? That's how I used to do it, so I'm not doing it now. So let's have a flag here. Local pursued. Pursuit tried. We'll have to reset it here. In fact, let's have a reset test. Local reset equals function that resets these things. Reset. And then Oh, I forgot. This should say pursuit tried. We didn't try to pursue. If it's in the same position, what do I do? Can't find a path to ourselves. Should I just have a check? I should just have it return true, but we didn't try to pursue, right? True, but we didn't actually try to do anything. Trying to pursue same position returns indication of pursuit, but does not actually take any step. Okay, and then limited pursuits. What did I decide to do here? Oh. That was some special code, right? This one. To check if the distance is too far. So we're already going to be including that in max cost, right? So limited should just reduce the max cost to aggro range plus range extension, which was up. So I shouldn't have done that, actually. I should just put that. Okay. That should be test.maxCost, but I don't want to lose that one. That should be here, right? Test.maxCost equals that. And then we can expect test max cost. So that should default to 0. Max cost 0, as in unlimited. And then this should check it. Test.maxCost. What's Are you just testing chat? Okay. Pursue distant position limited pursuit is reset. Context limited. So that should be reset to that. Limit. Well, it's test context. Yeah. Target position up there? It is. Okay. Breaking the 10-minute silence? Oh, thank you, Nui. I wonder if my bot should do that. Ping. Did I remove ping from the game? I guess I did. Points. How many points do I have? I have 0 points. There we go. My bot's still active. All right. Pursue distant, or try to pursue distant position limited pursuit. Should not pursue. So limit is true, max cost that's what it should expect. Set it to much larger and expect false and no pursuit tried. Try to pursue nearby location limited pursuit should pursue. So reset. I gotta do limited is true. So the way this is done is I do test. Oh, all these contexts should have test dot in front of it. Blop. That. Okay, and then this should be that the pursuit was tried. So we build in the expectations here, right? All of these. Oh, what's this result? Oh, that's whether or not the pursuit worked. Okay. We gotta actually fill all those in. Okay. X should be actually that. Every test is going to do that, right? Shouldn't X and Y be the target position, X and Y? Can I just put that in here? Yeah. It's always going to search from its current position. So that and that context.position.y. So I don't need this X and Y. And the goal should always be the target position, right? So I don't need the target I don't need gx, gy. Context.target position dot x, and this one is dot y. Right, that's what it should be. So the only things I really need are what we return. I mean, what step it should try to take based off of the path we give it and the max cost. Okay, got it. So I don't need these. Just keep it simple. The path, forget, how does context of it pause as an array of a table? Yeah, that's a typo. Thank you, Toulouse. Typo. I have to try to remember how to construct the path. Test path. Wait, that's just where I was. Okay, I need to look somewhere else. Oh, wait. Do I need to do that? Put into a JSON array? Didn't I find out that I really didn't need to do that? Hey there, a squared. Or I should call you a squared pi. 31415 3.14159265897932384626433832795. I got it wrong at that point. It's a pi reading stream. I missed some. 3.141592658. Yeah, probably. That's bad. I need to go rememorize the first 20. 3.14159265358979323. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I need to go strengthen my memorized first 20 digits. Okay. Why did I end up doing that? There was some reason I did that, and I don't remember what it was. Maybe I'll find that where I use it, it's needed. Is it because it's going back? Oh, it's probably because I was printing it out, actually. Something like that. I bet I don't really need it. Oh, shoot, but I don't really know. Oh, darn. I remember I really should be using find NPC find path, not calling game find path directly, am I? Actually, that would be smarter. Then I wouldn't have to test that that's done again. Okay. The only problem is this finds a path to a waypoint. Okay, I really can't do that then, right? Unless I broke out the goal as a position argument to find path. I'll fix that later. This is why we leave comments for future. I'm getting tired. Actually, I gotta go in half an hour too. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Toulouse, but I'm getting tired. I think it's just a bunch of tuples, right? So what's our position? Does it even matter? I don't think it matters. We should just set it here. X equals 2, y equals 4, right? And if the goal is, let's just put it in here. If the goal is x equals 5, y equals 6, or 7, fine, whatever, then one possible path would be 3, let's not make it too far away. 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 7, right? The result should be true, that it was able to make a step. Dx is going to the right, because that's that. Okay. And then, so let me eliminate the rest of the tests and make sure, let's just get this one to work. Let me do the same thing up here. If the target position, well, it doesn't really matter, right? Well, actually it does. The path, we simulate a limited by a max cost, so that should return no path. The result, it won't even call that. Pursuit won't even be tried. So there's no path when it tries. That's what that means. Expect that to be given as no max cost to return that. So set something like bigger there. 13 squares away? Sure, that's fine. Actually, let's be explicit. 2 plus... doesn't really matter, right? Let's do... explicitly set it. If the max aggro range is 5, expect the max cost to that. Let's put this right there. Then like 8 or something would be beyond it. Quick math. Really, all this is irrelevant. It's going to call find path, and when we return no path, it should say that there's no path. It's false. That's the only thing I really care about. Do I even need that stuff? I really don't. Maybe since this is misleading, maybe I should remove that. Like that. It's misleading, right? And this could just be context. Oh, that should be test context position. Just do that. Gets reassigned every time, right? No, it doesn't. So I shouldn't do that. We should just be explicit. Same position. There we go. Oh, I gotta put the zone in there in all these. Or otherwise it's gonna have a fit. Zone equals 42. Quick math. 1 plus 1 is 11, right? I should do something like, this should just be explicit. 37 or something. And these can be just, this could be anything I want. Should not pursue. You should actually not even try to find a path. So should I have a check to see if find path is even called? Let's have one. Local find path called. And we can test that too. Expect find path calls. False there. False there. True here. Or no. False there, right? Oops. It should just see same position, don't even try. And this one, it's distant, so it should... Damn it. It should try to find a path, but it should not try to pursue. Okay. And this should be path and pursue. It's okay, JS. 1 plus 1 is 1, 1. Alright, let me just make this... Let's just try this out. This will fail, because... Oh. 42. Because there's a missing comma. Okay. Did I say text instead of test? Sign. Okay, yeah, I knew that would happen. So that's the old code. Let's just get this to work. Pursuit. It should not do... We should have the check up front, right? If position.x is target position.x, 1 plus 1 is yeah, for binary. Position.y, this is and. Target position.y, then it shouldn't even find a path, but it should return true. Right? And so let's document this. If goal is current position, in return true early, since we're already there. Return false early if target is in another zone. How does the saying go? Your princess is in another castle. Return false early if the target is logged out. Where did he go? Oh, I hear the call of a fearsome beast right outside. Hold on, I'll be right back. Are you ready for the fearsome beast? Watch out. It may shock you. Oh my goodness. That fearsome beast. Kitty? I could hear him like meowing to get let back in. Fearsome beast. He got his fur groomed a little bit over the weekend. I know, look out, it's Raimu. He got his fur groomed a little bit. He lost a little bit around his head. He is quite handsome, yes. All right, so this is the old code. All right, so attempt to find a path to the target. If found, attempt the first step. So the attempt should succeed because the pathfinding algorithm wouldn't have tried to do it if it couldn't get there, right? So, yeah. So we do game find, so local path equals game find path position.zone, and then we're supposed to put the target position in a tuple because we're calling back into the C++ code and it doesn't want tables. It wants nice arrays, tuples and stuff. And then I don't remember what goes next. Oh, we need our position first and then our goal. So our position is that. Then our goal, and then the cost function. So I'm going to wrap it the same way that the path stuff wrapped it. Path with context. So I can call it. And then path heuristic, and then we should have the max cost. We need to compute that. Local max cost is 0, but then if it's a limited search, then we're going to reduce it, right? If it's a limited search, then max cost is aggro range. Okay. Max cost is aggro range, or 99, plus, actually, let's compute that separately. Aggro range. Max cost is aggro range plus aggro range extension. There we go. So we get the path. So if the length of path is 0, then return false, right? We should say if no path is found, return false, indicating we can't get there. We don't know how to get there. We couldn't find a way to get there. Oh, okay. We have a path, so take the first step. Now later in optimization might be that we store the whole path, and then we don't want to search a path find unless the target moved or something in the middle got in the way, right? But right now I'm just going to do the first brute force step, which is every step we recompute the path. This is one of my hobbies. Now, it started out as a hobby, but it became my full-time thing last year. Hey there, Zito Pop. Haven't you been here before? Yeah, you've been here before. Yeah, you've been watching since May. Interesting. So I'm wondering why you would ask that. So yeah, this is the same thing I was working on since May and before. It's just we're working on a particular part of the server that is driving what Bob does here right now. He is vainly trying to pursue these NPCs, and he doesn't know how to pursue using pathfinding. So I'm changing his pursuit function to use the pathfinding algorithm. So he should go around this corner and get to them as soon as I get this working. In fact, I've been saving it, right? So it's probably giving me lots of script. It's not giving me script errors. If I save it, it will, right? The moment I save, because it's been uploading the pursuit code the whole time. Wondering if you had like a main job. Oh, yeah, that should be in the coding job thing. Coding journey. So I left my last job and went freelance, and the freelance is mostly just turned into just developing this on stream. About a year and 3 months ago. Yeah, but before that, when I had my last job, this was sort of a side hobby. The progress was so slow though that I've been working on this a little bit like for years. Years. We have paths to take the first step, so that would be this pursue delta. We have to compute the delta. Delta, so the target, it's not the target position, it would be the first path, right? Path 1, 1. Actually, let's make a name for that. First step is path 1. dx is first steps 1 and 2 minus position that, and then I don't need to do any of this stuff. I can just say pursued is try pursue delta dx dy and cut that out. So then just return that. So let's try it. Fails. Expected true to be false. 118. 116. Should not pursue because it's out of range. So why did it? It returned true. It should have returned false. Max cost should have been aggro range plus 5. Oh, did I account for the plus 5? Well, I said to return that, right? Yeah. Oh, it was in that code journey link, so I just posted it. I was, did you want to know which company it was? It was Qualcomm. So I was in their multimedia R&D group. So like for a long, long time, I wrote programs mostly in Windows, sometimes in Linux to do either demonstrations or development tools for the multimedia guys. So the folks who were implementing either voice encoding, decoding, or video encoding, decoding, that kind of thing. In the last few years I was there, they were looking into machine learning, and so I got a little peek at what they were doing. So if you want to get into AI, I'd recommend looking up machine learning, and the Python programming language is a real big thing. At least at Qualcomm, they were using it everywhere for machine learning. So yeah, learn Python, get all the tools that are being used right now for machine learning. I don't know much about it myself, although I would just support them with like an app that would hold their algorithm. If their algorithm used machine learning or not, I didn't really know. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? I wonder if am I returning test path up there or not? I am returning test path. I guess we could, actually, it should have told me. Did it call, find path? No, it didn't call find path at all. Why wouldn't it call it? It returned true, but then that was false. Why? Oh, hold on. Did it call find path? Oh, on the next call. So what about this call? True, and that's 5, and then that's the max cost will be 10, but it never called find path for some reason. Why not? Is the zone different? Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so we should just put something in there then. Right like that. Okay, that was what no, hold on. No, it got further. Okay, that was what it was. Hey there, McCode. Am I Walter White? No. What made you think I was Walter White? Do I look like Walter White? I never even saw that. Was that Breaking Bad or something like that? I never even watched that. It's on my list of things to watch. Python is easy mode compared to C++ in your opinion? I suppose. Python is a lot cleaner. I recommend Python over C++ for new programmers because the syntax is easier to understand. It's really applicable in AI though. So wish you could watch Breaking Bad again fresh. Well, you can jump into my head, Toulouse. Yeah, I've never watched it. It's on my list of things to watch. But what time am I gonna have to watch TV when I'm on stream doing stuff? What about Rust and Golang? I have a command for that. I don't know Rust, but I know a streamer who does. Check out Musean. He almost exclusively streams doing stuff in Rust. So there you go. I defer to Musean if you want to see Rust. Saw a video about cloth simulation library. Use machine learning. Yeah. I mean, machine learning is really applicable for stuff like image recognition, right? There are a lot of cool things that I saw going on at Qualcomm with image recognition using machine learning. Put a space after the Twitch link in that Rust command. Oh, shoot, you're right. Let me give you a point. We could fix that right now and go into my game. Oh, how did you get back there, Bob? Bob, you know you're not supposed to play with the slimes. Supposed to be on this side of the fence. Anyway, oh, I need to go into the production server for this, right? Rust. You need a space there. Why is it in there twice? How did it get in there twice? And if I remove it, will it remove both of them? I'll have to look at how that happened. That might be a bug in like the add command thing. Actually, I think I know what happened. I already had a Rust command and I did add command Rust and it added a duplicate somehow. So there are two Rust commands with different IDs but the same name. So actually, I'm going to leave it where it is so that I can study that later. But that should work. Rust. Yeah, it works. It works. That's all I care about right now. We'll fix the dupe later. Okay, that got us further, right? So it's getting down to 118. No, it's not getting us further. It's still returning. No. Oh, it's find path. It's right up here. When we call it. Oh, I never set that to true. That would be why. Okay, so it got further. The max cost, it said expected. Why did it expect 0? Oh, because I didn't set it. Dummy. That should be, for limited, it should be. Wait, I did set it. Why does it say it's 0? Okay, does it misspelled? Test max cost. Test max cost. What's the difference? Oh, 133. It did get further. It got down to here. That's why. Yeah, you saw it and so you saw it a little bit before me, so I'll give you another point. I saw it and I saw your text at the same time, and because of the stream delay, it means you saw it first. Okay, so it got a little bit further. The actual was 10 because it is a limited thing, and I'm just did not set this up correctly. So that should be there. Max costs should be here. Run again. Hey, it worked. Okay, cool. So we're getting there. I want to this line number thing I hate that, so I'm gonna hit refresh to fix that. Okay, now we're gonna do an unlimited pursuit. Try to pursue position unlimited pursuit. Should pursue. So limited is default, which is false. Doesn't matter what the aggro range is. Let's have it go down first. Then go to the right. Oh, I mean, yeah. 4, 5, 5, 5. So adjusting it slightly so that it would be a 0, 1. And yes. Okay, so then should pursue. Pursue is successful. Let's then have another test case where it's not successful. Although that shouldn't ever happen. Maybe I don't even need to test it. It shouldn't happen though, but let's have a test case for it. Should pursue. Pursue fails. So I need to have pursue return something different. Test result, right? False. False. And run it again. Cool. You didn't have to make an account. Do you have to create one in order to play? Someone has your username? Someone else might have taken a username that you wanted. You don't need an account if you log in with Twitch. Oh, Bob, why are you in there? Get out of there. Bob, sit there. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. So, here are the people who have logged in recently. I'm not going to show the masked names, but if you log in with Twitch, I think by default, or maybe you can type in your account name if you don't have an account already. But if you log in through Twitch and you already have an account tied to Twitch, you should be able to log in. And if you have never logged in before and you log in with Twitch, it'll just ask you to fill in a player name, and it has to be a unique name. So if someone's already grabbed your name, then, you know, let's see. Oh, that's weird. It didn't sort it correctly. Huh. The sorting thing is broken. Well, it's going to be hard for me to find it then. I don't think you've logged in through Twitch. You would have shown up here. And yeah, I would look for your name here, but it's not in here. It's not sorting correctly. Oh yeah, I could use the filter box. That would be smart, wouldn't it be? Last logged in May. Wow, you logged in so long ago that it was before I had an entity component system. So you did have to make an account back then. Okay, so that's you. So should I just delete the old one then? That's obviously you, so I can unmask you right away. So yeah, you must have logged in did you log in before there was a account password stuff? ID 60 would be a really long time ago. Do you want your ID 60? Because that's a really old account number. I can merge the two accounts, but I can't do that automatically. I'll do that later. Let me make a note to merge the accounts later. Go back to here. Go to today's. Right. So, fix bug. Sorting player list by name is broken. And then merge accounts for Zetopop. There we go. We'll fix that later. Yeah, because that's a really old account. Let me clear that. I forgot to give Toulouse another point for suggesting the filter box. Yeah. So a lot of these accounts are so old that I guess if some of these people were to try to log in now, they would have the same problem. So it like predates a lot of the authentication system. So at some point you had to register a password. I don't know at what point I did that at. So it could have been a lot of these accounts didn't need passwords, but now they do. So then the ones that have entity numbers that aren't 0 actually have logged in since. But some of these, like, they created an account on the very first day and then they never logged in since. So they probably would have they would have trouble logging in again. All right. Anyway, let's go. Let me try to finish this. How much time do I have? I only have a few minutes left. Bob. Oh, is he getting back there because he's using pathfinding now? Oh, look at that. He's actually using pathfinding. That's why he's slaughtering them. Oh, look at that. It's actually working. That's why he was getting back there. He's unstoppable now. The only way I'd be able to stop him would be to move him like way far away. Right. And now when I move him here, he's always gonna find his way out. Look at that. He's relentless. You could put him anywhere and he'll pathfind his way back out. Nice. Well, I increased the aggro range on purpose, right? The test was can he get to those by doing that? I wonder why he moved to the right before he didn't step there. Did you see that? And there he moved up, but once he avoided that tile, why would he avoid that tile? Is that just random? Oh, probably because it's a toss-up which one to step on first. If you're here, up, right, and then right up is the same, right? So the pathfinding gives them equal cost. So sometimes it's just randomly going to go, yeah. So they're all equal cost. If I put a barrier there or there, it would always go the right way, though. Should I have some fun with that? Put some barriers. He's going to be making some noise for a while. I don't have a whole lot in the test environment. Let's just paint some barriers. Like this. And then Bob. Oh, too far away. So grab aggro and then yeah, so now he's going to path through those obstacles. Nice. It's unstoppable. He cannot be reasoned with. He does not feel pity or remorse or fear. And he absolutely will not stop until the slimes are dead. Apparently. So a more realistic Bob would be to lower his aggro range again, right? And I don't know. Make him not so aggressive. Put him over here. And let's should I keep the barrier up? No, let's I don't really need the barriers up here anymore. So what point does he pull aggro? There he goes. He's like, you've crossed the line, my friend. You're dead. And then while he's at it, he's continuing to aggro. So I would have to reduce his tether a little bit, right? Home, right? Oh, I'm in the wrong entity. Aggro range 10. Let's make his tether go out to 15. Oh, but it's his tether is line of sight distance and not path distance, so there's still a problem there. That's maybe work for another day. Bet you can't display all the costs on the tiles with some debug button. It's a good idea. I'll consider that. That might be doable. But yeah, I'm out of time. I gotta go. But look, I actually got him to pathfind his way to victory. He's not going to pull aggro, though, until I increase it again. Actually, no, 10 was okay. It's just I had to put an enemy up here. And he's like, let me at him. And he goes around the corner like that. Cool. All right, I'll let him slaughter those guys forever and ever now. And work on this tomorrow. So tomorrow, I need to use this pathfinding in the tether stuff, I think. When they return home, they need to not use Manhattan distance. Actually, let me look. Tether actually might be correct. Where's tether? It actually will pursue around corners. Hold on. So that should already be working. Oh, but the distance is wrong. So I could just tweak this to compute a path to the... I'd have to compute a path to the home position to see the distance, right? Hey there, Wubby. Or don't pay. Sorry. I always forget which side to say. Nice chat overlay. I know. It's made by... Hold on, if I could type correctly. Made by CM Griffing. Wait a minute. Oh, I never made that command. Stream Parrot is the name of this overlay made by CM Griffing, and I still have yet to make a Stream Parrot command, because I keep forgetting to do that. Don't forget it's in the middle of writing tests. Yeah, I need to check in the code. I really need to go, though. Is it overlay? Oh, well then that's easy. Let's alias com. Oh, you already did it. Nice. Thank you. There we go. Thank you, Toulouse. Yeah, I know. It is familiar. So it's Chris has several different layouts, and one of them is Golden Age Comics, which seems to be more popular. So that's what I'm using. But yeah, I gotta go. I'm out of time. I should show that screen one more time though. Just say, what am I gonna do tomorrow? Oh no, I need to go to the test environment. Actually, I was gonna test putting George far away from home, right? I mean Bob. If I put him there, I actually need to hack his thing to say he's returning, because then he will tether. Submit. Now he should path home. He's not pathing home. Why not? He's still wandering. Okay, I need to fix that. So I should be able to tell him to return, and he should path all the way back here. Don't know why he's not doing that. Oh, wait a minute. Because he's close enough distance-wise, so... Yeah, so there are a few functions in Bob's script still that uses Manhattan distance instead of path distance, and I'll be fixing that up tomorrow. Yeah, Toulouse is correct. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. Right now I got a dash. So let me go raid somebody, and I'll be back tomorrow. Who to raid? How about... Let's see. You too, Toulouse. Thank you for all your help today. I hope you didn't procrastinate too much. I'm such a bad influence, aren't I? Oh, you too, Zetapop. Okay, I'm watching an ad, but I'm thinking about raiding Robert Tables. He's another coder in the team I'm in, and he's usually working on Docker stuff. Looks like today it's Excel data manipulation with JavaScript. Sounds different. But he's like a Docker expert. He's like used Docker longer than anyone else I've ever known. It's your fault anyways? Yeah, I guess so. Just kind of fun. Fun to tease, right? Okay, manipulating tables in JavaScript. Sounds cool. Let's go rate him. You can type the right string here. He's a Docker homie, that's right. We're gonna rate him. If I can hit the buttons correctly. Here we go. I hit the buttons. It looks like it's working. So I hope to see you all again tomorrow. Have a great day. Bye.